Hey guys. So I just figured out how to do this thing that I wanted to do for the interface. This what's it called? The progress bar for the ranks, because I found a API endpoint that has these four values, which would let me do that. But I didn't have time to try it, so I will do that next time, I suppose. I will just put these over here somewhere. Oh, there's a new patch. Okay, balancing for above 3000 meters, that's not very relevant to me. New achievements, I haven't tried Blitz, but that might be good. I mean, I rarely use Hold, so maybe I can get that one. And that's for the quick play as well. And these two also. Alright. Let's see, so the music seems to work here, and I am not muted, so that's in order. I think I need to practice a little bit in Zen mode with the stacking in order to improve, because when I just practiced in ranked, I didn't feel like I improved a lot, so probably didn't need to do this and like go a little bit slower. Oops. And try to keep myself from losing track of the stack. Or control rather. Because trying to do that while going at full speed is too hard, so I have to slow down and practice a little bit on the Zen mode. Because I still here made a bad dependency. So I probably should undo there and figure out why I did that. So there is almost always a better order to do things that I just miss. Now I already had here the oops, well, that's still bad. now know how to... Oops, wrong button. So that's not good. Well, right. Oh, it's the leveling system. Hello, Michelin. I'm just trying to improve my stacking by playing slowly in this game mode. Although I see I already missed a bit. Because if I just jump into ranks directly, I will just keep like improving my speed, but not my like the things I'm doing. I will just do them faster. The same mistakes. So I'm trying to avoid that by being more methodical about it. But it is kind of hard to avoid making those mistakes. Still. I think my neighbor dropped a fork or something. Maybe a little better now. My brain woke up, maybe. Well, that's... Not sure how to avoid making those dependencies. I mean, that kind of works, I guess. Although I didn't mess up down there, I see. I guess instead of resetting, I can try to practice a T-spin there. But the idea of this practice was that I'm supposed to only do quads to sort of force myself to have better control. But I suppose also training recovery at the same time by just having to deal with what shows up instead of resetting might be helpful still. Like, this is bad. Because once it goes like a little bit off schedule or like off the plan, then the statistics or something for like whether or not things go well with the new pieces seem to be worse. So it usually sort of escalates a bit and becomes more bad. I don't know what this DPC and DPC are, unfortunately, so I'm not sure what you mean. So I guess I forgot I should be what I was doing here. I started doing bad decisions again. Oh, okay. There's some other guy in here, the Flame Viking. He was also working on some infinite loop opener thing he wanted to do. That does seem kind of fun. Although I can barely do like the TKI opener so far myself. so probably a bit hard for me. I sometimes rotate those incorrectly in my head, those C pieces. So I picked the wrong one to use. Because I didn't try to learn the TKI for like if the eyepiece is in the top 3 slots, like that. Although I don't think I learned all the sequences, like the possible. But that was the incorrect order. Alright, I guess top 3 would be I practice in 40 lines and then the top 3 looks different when you restart, because here it instantly drops one, so that confused me. And I can't do it very fast, so I'm not even sure it helps any. I don't know what to do in that certain pattern. I kind of want to add like this little loading bar thing to my interface, because I was sort of trying to do that before I started, but I didn't have time. But I do have like this API that returns these, that will allow it, but then, well, yeah, I don't even have like the code open, I guess, so it would take too long to do it right now. But until next time, I guess. Check. Yep. Okay, he has not tried the single player mode, which is always kind of weird, but I guess he only has 2 hours of playtime, so maybe not that weird. Very bad start. I got distracted by trying to think about the opener. Oops. Well, that's just not great. How do I even fix that? Guess I don't. Oopsie. Oh. Okay, that's a bot, I guess, trying to sell views. This guy joined 38 days ago but still hasn't tried the single player modes. That's kind of strange as well. But I guess there are plenty of different Tetris games if you want to play single player, so maybe that's why. Man, that guy was too fast. too fast for me. Can check the new achievements if they are visible here. Yeah, this one. I still have no reference for those scores since I have not tried Blitz mode. That was a pretty good run. Should have held that instead of put that in that location. Oops, well that's a bit much to deal with. Shit. Why did he stop in the middle to tell me I'm so fast? Doesn't that make him slower even still? Oh, this is not chill anymore, now it's going too fast. Oops. Oops, oh, that was okay. shit. Seem to be doing a little better now. Oops. Is this not something you should say, because then you'll start doing poorly? Okay, that was lag. Oops. Oh, cool. Do you think I should try a blitz? Is that good? Like, practice? If I haven't tried that before. Oops. That is a lot. Yeah, I don't think I can even do a single perfect clear on purpose. Although there is one achievement for that, I think. For just not doing a perfect clear and still getting a good score. Well, it doesn't take 2 minutes to find a match, so I can't try it now, but... Okay, bye. That's a pretty questionable start. Way too many like random holes. To somehow fix that. Shit. Okay, well, that wasn't a good one. So I started some new university courses today. Don't even remember what it's called. Like applied neural networks and stuff. That's one of them, and the other one is databases. And for the databases one, I have absolutely no idea if there are lectures or when the lectures are, which is really weird, because I tried to look but it said no scheduled ones, and I didn't find any information about like any online ones or anything. So I'm very unclear if I'm like missing something now there, which is kind of stressful, since you don't want to like miss the initial week of content or something like that, because then you'll be behind. So I'm going to have to try harder to find that information. And also the neural network one seemed to start with like a weirdly high assumption of people's prerequisite understanding of neural networks and things like that. Because even me, who has watched a lot of videos on the subject, find it rather like hard to follow what the teacher even said during the first. It wasn't even the lecture, it was just like the introduction. So I imagine a lot of people were very confused. But maybe that one course just starts like a day later than it says it does, and that's why there's no information yet. That would be like the most useful outcome, but if that's not the case, then it's pretty bad. Because like some university courses I have just given up on pretty much instantly because of how poor the communication and stuff is. Because nothing is like more of a waste of time than like poorly worded instructions, and you don't even know what you're supposed to be doing, and you don't know like if you're fulfilling the goals for the tasks and stuff. And some don't even let you try again if you get it wrong, which is very silly. So it would be very nice if I could not be a streamer and then not have to worry about the school stuff anymore. But currently I have like 1 viewer, so that's not particularly good in terms of that part. So now is probably a good time to maybe try some different games, since I at least can't get less than 0 viewers. I mean 1, or I guess I can have 0, I'm not sure actually if it goes to 0 or if it goes to only to 1 in my case, since it might count like my bots or my preview window or something like that. But I do need to practice just like talking to myself, so that if anyone does show up, then they would be less likely to just leave immediately. But I have been getting worse at that since I started having like 1 or 2 viewers, because then it's kind of easier to just talk to them, or harder to, at least harder to introspect and stuff. Maybe I will try to do the UI thing. So there is a category, I believe, for software and stuff, which maybe I should be in, even if it only takes a few minutes. Let's try that. All right. So let's now move this back. Oops, not that one. Oops, not there. Okay. So, where did it go? Here. So this part is what I want to add to my interface. This bit. So I need to first open Visual Studio to my about. And then, oops, I guess I should. I'm not sure if I should keep the overlay on or not, because it is what I'm working on after all. So it does make sense. I'm not sure how much I need to zoom in for it to be visible. So I will make a new widget. No, that one is supposed to be double. So let's see, what is the best way? So let's see, this was the URL that I have to grab. Should I get system.txt or Newtonsoft? I guess the system is better if it's built in. But I'm pretty sure Newtonsoft usually works better. So I guess I need to define my data class as well. And make it fit. So these are the ones I'm looking for. Not sure if it will. How that works. I will go P.
I found this guy that likes to collect these forbidden rock noodles. These things are actually the inner fossilized molds of snail shells. The snail shells look like this, but they get full of sediment and then fossilize. The shell then breaks away, leaving these rock noodles. This guy found a helpful technique to get that last little bit of ketchup.
Guy hit him with the twister.
This guy was late to class, and the professor tried to catch him off guard by asking him what the correct answer was for this equation.
You, sir, what are we solving? RF. That's a good guess, because it's correct. Yeah, we're solving for RF. How'd you know that?
This kid seems to be having the best day of his life.
I'm playing Fortnite, John. I got my pizza rolls are ready. I got a new girlfriend. It's amazing right now. I'm sitting on the gold.
Back in 2011, a massive tsunami devastated Japan. The Japanese Coast Guard captured this video of their ship going over that same tsunami that was headed for Japan. This super brave dog defended these children from an evil vacuum.
I'm not gonna hurt them, stop!
And their dog was smart enough to use a couch cushion as a shield.
Wow! Are you serious?
Here's a Google Earth time-lapse showing how the coastline of Dubai has changed over the past 30 years. I found a gym bro that has mastered physics. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. There's this hotel that's located 30 feet underwater, and the only way to get to it is by scuba diving or free diving. A local pizza place saw the chance to make good business and started an underwater pizza delivery service.
Coolest pizza delivery ever.
Thanks, man.
Oh yeah, why'd you cut the dollar?
Because I wanted to be rich.
Puppy, but that's not how it works. Like, this is only one. Night.
I got 5.
No.
This is the skull of a woodpecker. What's interesting about this is that their tongue is so long that it actually wraps all the way around their head.
That their tongue actually wraps around the back of their head and all the way onto the top of their head, sometimes as far as reaching back into the right nostril. And so here it is in top view, and you can actually see it's really pretty remarkable.
This cat absolutely hates it when someone sneezes. This Uber driver gave a ride home to the person that voices Mrs. Puff from SpongeBob.
Right, exactly. Andrew is a wonderful driver, unlike SpongeBob. He's not a wonderful driver. But Andrew took me home tonight, and I'm having a wonderful time with him.
This artist took an old US coin and changed it into a coin with a mechanical hand that can grasp a sword. This dog gets upset whenever their owner invades their personal space. This city in Australia was having issues with this tunnel as people kept ignoring the signs and going through when it was closed. They installed a waterfall that would have laser beams shot on it like a projector, as this would be a physical barrier that wouldn't damage vehicles.
So hello, I am back. Again, we are trying to implement something like this, progress bar, to add to my Tetris overlay, which looks like this. So in the bottom right here, bottom left rather, there is some space left next to these interactive keys, which should be interesting. I will copy this so that I have it as a reference in the code. Yeah, that's good. I think I will indent it so that it's easier to read. So, kind of forgot how to get around. Maybe like this. And then here we just do... Oh wait. No. What happens if we just dispatch it? So I think it's fine as long as we use some sort of data lock Sorry. So something like a concurrent dictionary will let us get away with the threaded aspect of it. Since we do have a data class, we can make a list of these incoming. Concurrent queue, and then my data. And then we can add and grab from this bag concurrently, so it does not matter here if this is dispatched at a different frequency from the processing stuff, since this will basically run in a separate thread at the discretion of the operating system. We don't specifically, why can't I do this? Maybe not Newtonsoft then, because that looks like it's formatted to work with system.txt. Good evening, Kiko. There was nobody watching my Tetris stream, so I decided to work on my interface some. So now I'm trying to add here, at the bottom left here, add this. Where is it? This progress thing. This one. Yep. I don't know what happens actually if I do the snipping tool, if it freezes for you. And I found there's an API endpoint here, and I can call this, and it will give me these ranks, which is the previous rank and the next rank, which are these C and B minus, and then these numbers, which is the position in the ranking. So it's like 40,000 and 37,000, and you can see here that it is 40,000 here and 37,000 here. So using this one, our ranking, we can figure out where on this line we would be. So because there is no API to get this as a sort of web page, I'm just making it myself, and I will just steal these pictures to put it down here. But I haven't worked with this in a while, so we will see how it goes. So this is in Godot, which is like where this my overlay lives. So this should not take too long. Let's see. I suppose, just try running it. Now I will need to disable the bot because I don't think I can run multiple instances of it. But it doesn't currently do anything useful in chat, I think, so that won't change much, except for the emote sounds. Let's see if we get a response. Well, doesn't seem like much is happening. So that still works, but didn't stop here. Why is that? Do we need to? Oh, we need to start it. I don't actually remember the syntax for. I guess just that. So now we should see something. Hopefully. I should leave it on the Tetris scene because then I can see when it loads these. But that doesn't do anything still, that's strange. Ah, it's because I have not added one of these that I made. I just made this class and then I never added it to the to here. Well, it should be in the, let's see, the overlay. And in the overlay we added the same condition as the Tetris keys. Yes, and that is the trio rank progress widget. Now it should be added. Here we go. Now we can check our data object to see if that gets populated, and we can see, or maybe you can see because it's kind of tiny. Well, not 700%. Here, data. You can see these numbers are 0 and null. So those are not populated, but we can check the response here. Well, I should just let's see, those are there, but it is in a data object, I think. And I don't quite remember how to deal with that. Very normal names, and then we can just do my data class data, and then this should match the structure. Actually, we'll just rename it to something proper. Now this should match the structure of the call better, possibly. Data null. Okay, well, that didn't work. So why is that? Well, we can do this and then just ask ChatGPT to fix it. Which is how normal developers, I mean modern developers, do things, I suppose. It's very useful when it's something you haven't done in a while, so you don't remember the syntax and stuff. Oh, so here it looks like it wants to manually... Okay, I don't need all those, that's a lot of fields. But basically it doesn't automatically match the names as I expected, so I just needed to be telling it which field to match to which well, field. So I will just join these very casually and replace my classes with those and see how that goes. Cache. We can probably skip this. I think that's for like if you're making multiple requests in a row. Then the API says it will help them like with load balancing and sort of consistency of results, because otherwise you can end up like in different caches, and if they update at different rates you may sometimes get data at a subsequent request that is cached at a different time, so it could be earlier, so you may get like some sort of back and forth of the data. Okay, so here should be the API response, and maybe that works. Now everything is angry. Oops, I accidentally changed the lighting of my keyboard. It confused me. Okay, maybe now we'll get some data. No, there's passed. I'm pretty sure it's fine if we leave some fields out. I don't think the compiler cares. So no, let's look at the data. Success, true, and data does seem to have these. Yay. Okay. So let's see the previous rank and these little letters. Here it says C and C+, so that seems correct. Or does it? No, well, these are just in different order. Next rank B-, there it is. Alright, and where do we get from? Okay, so that's good. So now, because this runs like as an HTTP client, it's like a web request, and those are by nature like they don't happen instantly because it has to go over to the server and then it has to go back. And this bit where we call it, this happens in the frame in the game engine. So if we were to just like wait for it here, then the entire game would freeze until we get the response from the server, which could take several seconds, which is of course not acceptable. So instead I added a queue here that basically is threaded by nature, so it will allow you to add and grab things from it from like different threads, which is, if you don't know what that means, then that's very complicated, I guess, but that's the easiest way to avoid dealing with it myself, is to use a data structure that embeds these protections against it. So here we're just calling it as a timer, and I will then just try to, well, yeah, that, but I will also I forgot I need to add it here. Or I can probably just do that, and what's it called, the Copilot will deal with it. Right, I don't need the overlay open for that. It gets a little bigger if I close it. Okay, so let's see. I suppose I can just do here this line, which will just pause the execution there, which will show me if it works or not. Oh yes, I do need to be in the correct scene for that to even trigger. There we go. I will restart it. Okay, so we get a lot of funny little errors here. Invalid operation. So I'm not sure why it would be saying that. Yeah, well, that's fine. I'm not doing anything particularly visually interesting right now. It just got awkward playing Tetris when there was nobody watching, so I figured I could end and then do this, but then I remembered maybe someone wants to watch this instead, if I'm gonna do it still. So, yeah, I was gonna check if this still is okay. So why would it give me errors? This one maybe. We can try again, I guess. So it is just spamming those, and that is not intended. So let's see, maybe this timer is wrong. It does say it is in seconds. And we are setting it to 60. So that should be once a minute and not at the weirdly insane frequency it seems to be running at. It is weird. Maybe we need to return task that completed. Something, I have no idea how this works. I haven't really used this method of concurrency, so I'm not really sure how it's supposed to work. Okay, yeah, and then we click continue, and we very patiently wait for 1 minute, I suppose. So yeah, before I was saying, when I think nobody was listening, that I started some new university courses today. And it was the, let's see, what was it called? One of them is databases, which seems okay, except I have no idea if when or where the lectures are. So I don't even know if I missed one, because the course page does not have any information on it. Which is a bit strange. So hopefully I'm not missing something and it just starts like a day later than it says or something like that. And there we go. Successfully installed for 1 minute. It says 59,794 milliseconds elapsed. That is actually less than a minute, but okay. Maybe the 300 milliseconds is the time it took for it to run the first time. But that is great. So now from here on we can just pretend that we don't have threads and stuff. I'll just maybe I don't know, put a little note there that it's async. So then here we can let's see, I suppose we should make the visual elements, and we can steal the code from the key indicators, because those are also just squares. So something like this. And we can give it some random size, and the color, I'm not sure why it's being weird. And it's because system has color, okay. Well, but we're using, okay, cool. I guess like that it becomes fully qualified as well. So now we can see if we get a little rectangle on the screen. Whoops, no. Passed. Well, now everything is weird again. Oh, Godot has built-in HTTP client. That is a little weird. I can qualify this, I suppose, as the HTTP one, I mean the system one. And then maybe it's not ambiguous anymore. So now I have here a beautiful little white square, which is the progress bar. But it is of course currently not progressing because we need to do some things, but I will first look at what the target looks like. So this is it. It is a very thin line. It looks like that, yeah. I'm not sure how I would load the pictures. Actually, I will just steal these pictures from the website. Yeah, that works. So I will grab a little folder, streaming assets, typical assets, and new folder. Keys. I'll put my keys in here. Now we'll make a new folder called TechTrio Ranks, and I will simply grab these and put them in here. And a plus. And B minus, and B, and B plus, and then I will put these into the Godot content system so I can just load them as text. C minus. I guess technically I don't need all of these. I just need the ones I'm likely to acquire myself. But there's not that many, so I will just do all of them. D minus does not exist. You start D apparently, and then D plus does exist. Let's see, and yes, there's S minus and S plus. I don't actually know all the ranks. Do you know? Is it like the letters and then, I mean the normal grading letters, and then there's S and X, is that it? Or is there some different one as well? If you feel like tabbing out of Factorio. There's only X, I guess. There's not my X minus. I don't actually know what X means. Dang. The X plus is like extra large. I'm not sure why. Yeah, this one's 412. Well, I don't need to load that one anyway. Alright. Oh, thank you. Let's see. SS vanished. Yep. Because this is maybe if I want to later make this tool available to someone else, then maybe they will need those. U. Oh, has to be lowercase. Okay, I think that's all of them. Like these. Okay, check the count, I guess. There's 18 of them, and you have... Yeah, that seems correct. And then I will need to open Godot to put all of these in there. That always opens in full screen, which is very annoying, because I have to wait until it loads fully before I can make the window again. Here we go. Let's see, I have images, and then I have images, and I guess the 3 ranks. Okay, that didn't spawn in the correct place. Or did it? Oh, it did. Okay, and we go here, and we grab all of these, and boop. Now we have them there. Okay. So now we can do copy path. And then now I guess they are just in there. So in here, and I guess we can make a little helper function. Or I don't quite remember the syntax. Yeah. That one. That should work. And I suppose we can try this. So the key widgets already have logos on them. So we can again use the similar logic that they have. I have a little bit of too many classes open here. Right, I was working on the Discord bot and stuff before. Trying to get the Discord bot to pull from the Twitch API here, the schedule. And I did find the correct method, but yeah, didn't have time to do that earlier. This one. So, I suppose we should move this instead to a function that is like the first time we process, because we won't know the rank before, so we shouldn't load the images before we know the ranks. So, process new data. Okay, yeah, something like that. So now here in the onFirst data we can load these. And I suppose it might just be completely invisible until we do that, that's fine. Just for readability we can initiate this to true. Actually that had to be true, so that's good that I remembered to check. Because booleans usually are Maybe it's better to change it so... Nah, that's fine. So in here then, we do this and then, let's see. I should be in that scene. So I guess we do need these, but I do also need the ranks here. And so maybe just we don't set the textures until here, because this is just the creation of them. So we can have some code duplication for a second, that's fine. So I like this multi-caret editing, it's funny, like selecting multiple rows. Object? No, sprite 2D. Actually no, I already don't like the duplicated code, so I will just make it let's see. Yeah, that's the new. No, can't I do that? Target type. Why not? Oh, it's because it's var. It has to here. It has to be sprite 2D, and then I think it can resolve it. No. All right. Well, I'll use the old syntax. I haven't learned the collation syntax yet, so that's fine. Let's see, is this the identical size? Yep. Now the size of these are 256 instead. I remember the pictures. Don't actually know the correct code to grab them. So now data. Oh, well, close enough. No, actually, I'm going to change this, because this should instead be data. What did I call it? It's called data, that's not great, but... And then we change the concurrent bag to also just be data. Actually no, we'll just make that implicit and change this here, data. Yes, and then when we put it in there, we'll just do API response.data. So because we don't care about the success or something, because it will be a success anyway. Or actually, maybe we can just add a check. Because if it's not a success, we don't really want to. I also don't want to cache that. I mean, print that. Oops. Okay, so that's fine. Now it should correctly grab only the data, and then we should here have the data directly available. So yeah, I don't even guess I need to grab those into separate. I can just identically do arc icon resource this, and then here, and then the same for the next icon. Let's see, did I add these? I suppose we need here to set some positions as well. I can just temporarily I like this is like a funny syntax, so I will just do this, but I'm just gonna see if that loads any pictures. Actually, temporarily I will go in here and comment out this line, because that puts the that will put the program on the screen, which is better when I'm showing. And I need to go into the Tetrio category. Okay, well, I suppose that works, because those are the correct ranks, I believe, if we checked our reference. I now have too many things open. I don't need multiple of those. So this is what we're trying to make. This little progress bar to put in the lower left here of the interface, next to these little keys. Oops. Yeah, so it should be C and B minus, and it looks like those are what it is. But they are in the opposite order, I think. That's just because I give them those positions. Let's see, next rank. Or... Well, we can remove the colored rectangle for now. Oh, here we already overwrite the position here, that's why. So we have to do it afterwards. So maybe that's better. Well, that's interesting. Well, what do you mean? Oh, the rectangle. Wait, huh? Where are we? Where are we even referencing the rectangle? Oh, here. That's not where it's supposed to be trying to add them to. That's a leftover from the where I copy pasted it from. Yeah, now that's correct order. Now they are a bit too big still. So the size here, I guess we need the icon size. We'll make them like 64 maybe. Probably maybe too small, but that is what we should be using here. That assumes some uniform size, which is fine, I think. So there we go. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. And let's see, I will switch this to be like this, so we have a counter. Oops. That way we can use the index to do some math for the positions. Isn't there an X? No. This is a different vector class from what I'm used to, so we will do it differently. So we can do -1/2 because it's 0 and 1. So if we subtract 1/2, we will have instead the scalars of -1/2 and +1/2. So if you multiply this by something, you will then get like half the size, because the size will now be the entire widget. Actually, now I can probably add this back so we know for reference what it's trying to be in terms of color. We will make it transparent as well. Yeah, that looks pretty reasonable. I will just move this entire thing. Okay, so that's just auto-completed. I'm just gonna see where that is on the screen. Well, yes, while we are testing, we'll put it in the middle so it's more visible. Okay, so it's right here. And then, okay, so what we're trying to do is this. Can zoom in some more. So I guess the numbers don't actually matter much, because all I want is something more than just the C+. And this sort of shows the progress, because this is like, I need to win like 15 games or something, so there's a pretty big difference if I'm over here or if I'm closer to here. Which I want to put like down here. And since we have like the 2 ranks and this rank, we can calculate the percentage. Okay, so let's see, is this? These are centered, so it should be centered, the whole thing, I think. Yeah. So I'm just gonna see what happens if I add new rectangle that is simply smaller, just to see if that is in the middle or if it will be to the left. And this needs to be a new name, such that it does not conflict. I know that does go to the top left. That is a little bit weird. What do I say? Oh no, what? But here I'm setting it. If one of these are negative size, one of the icons moves to the left and one moves to the right, then how can the first square be centered? That is rather perplexing. Oh wait, we should remove this. Okay, that did absolutely nothing. Because size just happened to be 200 anyway, I guess. Maybe... no, that's not why. Well, never mind. I just feel like it should be like that, like negative half size to center it. But where does it get up? Where does it show up then? Then it's over there. Huh. Well. Then I'm very confused. Oh, it's because this has +2. This already starts at size. That's why. It should just start around 0. Yeah, that makes more sense. So now if we do the same to the second one, we should get all of the elements centered. Yes, okay. That is much better. So first of all, we want to make the whole thing a little wider. Maybe make the icons a little bit bigger. And then we want to make this Hmm. Something like that. Or actually minus icon size x might be good. And now the centering isn't correct anymore, sorry. Did it even work? No, because I didn't use it. Sorry about that. This should then be like that size. Yeah, so now we have a nice little span there to the big rectangle, similar to here. So I will now make the smaller rectangle sort of scale based on our progress. Well, I suppose I will just have some fake progress here for now. Because I realized it should later be up here that we changed the size of that. Let's call that the progress bar background, and this should be the... it should also be underscore. And then this is the progress bar front, I suppose. And we can shorten this to back because it's quite long. Okay, so the tricky part now is it has to be positioned such that it's sort of, well, no, because it just grows to the right by default, so I don't think we need to position it dynamically, we just have to resize it dynamically. So we'll do it this way. Nah. Well, you just do it inline and use these elements themselves as storage for these variables. This position then is the progress bar back dot size dot x and negative. And then the size here should be the size of x dot progress and like this. And I'm actually going to switch to the width syntax instead, because that's a little bit more readable. When we are only changing one variable, we don't want to type out all of them. Yeah. So now now I probably have forgotten something, so we will see what happens if we run it. And that actually does look, well, apart from the position being very wonky, that does look like 25%. Although I guess we do need some variables to make it more clear. That one should be like 0.25 or something, so that the background becomes this very thin line and the foreground becomes a little thicker line. And here we don't have the progress front height, and here would be the progress back height. So let's see how that works out. Alright, that is technically not wrong. We just need to make it positioned correctly again. This is an offset, so then from here we would do minus progress bar front at size y over 2f, and it should now be vertically centered. And yep, there we go. And I'll change this to like 1 over 24 or something. This one to like 1 over 8 maybe. Because those numbers were getting small, so fraction is easier. And that looks pretty similar, I would say. A little bit thicker, maybe 6. And we need to make it not transparent anymore. This to initial progress for better semantic clarity. And the colors, let's see, their colors are just like white. We do have some white elements on the screen so far. But I can also match it with my character's colors, which are orange. But the foreground one should not be transparent, at least. So we can try a sort of vaguely orange thing, which is kind of amusingly just in the RGB scale, it's like 1 and then a half and then a quarter. And that usually is pretty orange. Let's see. Yeah, that does look like a progress bar, I would say. That's pretty interesting. And I suppose I forgot I have not actually wired it up yet. We can now try placing it on the screen in our desired location first to see how that would work. Let's see, the maybe 700, maybe like 100. Now brute force placing UI elements is now of course not the best way to do it, but I have not yet implemented a sort of configuration system for my like widget system. So later it would be configurable by file and stuff, and it would be hot loaded with a file system hook, which I have tried before in similarly, but so that should work fine. Because editing a text file is a little bit easier than having to restart the program a lot of times. No, that's a bit too high still. Let's try maybe 20 pixels down. Alright. Okay, so it does dynamically load the pictures from the server, but the rank still is not. I'm not sure if I need like a little triangle or something to show the progress, because it's pretty evident what it's showing. But it is pretty cute when there's a little tabby here. But I could technically start trying to use it if I just now plug in the let's see here, update rank icons and update progress, and then we would have to calculate the progress. See data.standing, is that the rank? I mean, I forgot it doesn't actually have documentation, because well, we can here make a breakpoint and take a look at the data again, since I don't remember the format completely. So let's see. So the next at and prev at, those are the ones we need. So we need get an inverse lerp with those, and so the current rank is what is standing, yeah, standing and private next at. Okay. Let's see if we have maybe D math F. I don't remember which one of these is. Inverse lerp, yeah. So let's see. It's confusing because the numbers go in the opposite direction. But we can try it, I suppose. It would be pretty evident if it's incorrect, because it will be backwards. So we can set the initial progress to 0 for once, so we know if it works. And then the size here is the only thing really that we need to update. And that looks pretty easy. We simply do this, and then progress here. I think generally you want a variable at the start and a constant at the end. So we don't have this progress bar front height. I suppose there's no harm in simply caching this value. And that might then work. Let's see. And honestly, no idea. Maybe. I feel like there should be some text or something. Let's see how that looks in game. Flashbang. So if I'm in a match, it looks like that. Okay. It is pretty like dark back there, but that's mostly the background. It just looks like that. So how would you improve that, Keiko? Because that looks more boring than I expected. Also now sort of the top of the screen and the bottom of the screen have different color schemes, which is a little bit cringe. If you look there now, bottom left, we now have the progress bar now works there. So how would you? But it's like kind of simple compared to this one. But this one is almost too complicated because these numbers, they wouldn't mean anything to anyone, I don't think, unless you get to the very top rank. When you get number like 100, then it means something. But I don't know. I could add like the little picture, but I mean, it is pretty evident that it is the progress bar still. But I feel like I need to change it somehow, so that may be the easiest thing to add. It worked at least, so that's good. Oh well. And I wonder if I should maybe... Well, if I do play Blitz, I will have another one for the top there. So then that will be a bit cramped, maybe. But it still looks kind of empty at the bottom, maybe. Well, I guess that's fine for now then. I'll move it a couple pixels to the left. Yeah. Actually, I have to click the preview so I can see what it looks like in bigger size. Wow. So the background maybe is too transparent. I will make it a little bit more opaque. Since the elements at the top are pretty bright anyway. See, and that looks kind of bad actually. Maybe I just make it even tinier. I mean, thinner, I mean. Didn't even do anything. Not sure if it's pixel size, because then... is that like 2 pixels? I guess that's fine. I could give it a little bit more of margin away from the icons. That might make it more readable. No, that looks too wide. Yeah, that's fine for now, I guess. use this little funny tool to see my what color I am and match that exactly. Control Alt. No, I don't want that. Two 40, 137, 67. Is that it? Yeah. Then do this here, and then divided by 256. That's the wrong place. I'm changing it. I noticed, but that's fine. Not sure if that's even visually different from the initial orange. Nah, looks the same. We'll make this a little bit darker, like 0.8, I think. Okay, yeah, now the brightness of this background bar is a little better. And that's kind of similar to how they have theirs. It's like, just like helps to see where you want this line to go. I don't really like this orange, it's like too pale, but whatever. Let's see, I mean, I could add the text, I'm not sure if I should. I do need like a little arrow. Can I steal their little arrow maybe? If that's even a picture. Let's check if there's some other information here that's useful. Well, there is the current rank, so I mean, technically we could combine it with the one that we currently have on the top there. Because we do have all that information, so we can just natively implement that. So possibly, like, might be nicer in a combined fashion. But that's, I can do it later. Apparently, I've played exactly 100 games. Right, there's this little tool. Click. Is that? No, that's. I don't think that's an image. I do have image. I mean, I have arrows for these, but these aren't. I guess I can find a little arrow on the flat icon thing. Ah, my eyes. Nope. Arrow. See what they just have like a solid arrow here, yeah. So I mean a solid like this one. This one we can steal, and then Sure. That's a large size, but whatever. If we download, then we need to attribute, but we will just simply maybe not do that. And then we will open the photo editing program to switch it to white so that we can color it with code. Because then we can multiply the color white by whatever color we want, and we can't do that with black because black is 0, and you can't multiply by 0 because it's a so-called annihilating operator, or whatever you call it. Then we just open this, and then we hope I don't have anything weird in my downloads. I don't even know where downloads is. The downloads. What did it save it as? Downward arrow, alright. Oh, there. Didn't get an icon, that's why I didn't find it. So we go here and we go colors and invert, and then we go Control Shift E, I think, and we go to the assets room, recently used, and then we got assets and downward arrow and export. And discard, and then we find this again and open the folder, and we will drag it into there. Yep, that's the wrong folder, and I go back and I confuse myself, and there we go here. See, I already maybe have one called down arrow, so it will be confusing. But whatever. I just put it in the ranks folder even though it doesn't belong there, just so that it's together with other things. Yep, that's the same program. Okay, so indicator. Well, we can just see where it shows up, I guess, and change it from there. Okay, so it's missing. to move it a little bit to the right and a little bit up and see if it ends up on screen again. And I forgot I don't set the actual resource for it. So that would be why. That's sort of abusive syntax because I'm just getting the rank for the downward arrow rank, which is of course not a rank, but it just happens to be in the folder that makes that work. And it's still missing. Okay, that's because I did not change this line. Oh, there it is. Okay. So now we just have to figure out how to position it correctly. And it should be very tiny, I suppose. Maybe not that tiny. It kind of hurts my eyes to look at. Is the one on the Tetris site like that bright, really? Nah, it's not. It's the same. They have theirs the same color as the bar. So we could try that. So how do we do that again? Indicator icon. I think it's modulate equals progress bar font dot color. That should do it. Yeah, and then we need to position it somehow in the correct location. So we will abstract this progress x offset into a separate variable, and we can reuse that. And the indicator icon will get a little thing. Let's see, position. I suppose it doesn't matter if we don't actually give it an initial position, because, well, we should set the height, maybe, possibly. So we don't need to fix that later. That's almost good. And then we here do the progress bar, no, indicator icon, that position equals no. Something like that, maybe. But no, actually, well, it might work, but it's not very pretty. We should instead do progress bar back that position, I think, that X. What the fuck? Ooh. Oh, plus. Let's see, is that aligned correctly? Looks like it. Yeah. And then I could also add on the left and right side of it, I suppose. Because they have that little arrows here as well. And those would not have to be updated, so... wonder, can you copy nodes and... No. Well, I can stop it for now and then. Well, I should see, what is it? Whoops, no. There. Not sure what to call it, like left cat icon. Oopsie. And why is it not? No. It should be a sprite 2D. And it should be rotation. I'm not sure actually how rotation works here. I'm not even sure where it will end up, but I'm just gonna see if the rotation works first. And I'm not sure where it ended up still. Nowhere, because I didn't add it. That makes sense. Okay, so yeah, it does look like we can rotate them. And that should then be positioned. Let's see, at the background. That position to x minus some arbitrary little gap, or actually icon size that x times some small integer. Maybe we rotated this one the wrong way, I don't remember. Okay, that worked pretty well. I suppose we should shrink it so it's the same height as the progress bar itself. And that might be sort of 15% maybe. Then we can do the funny little Windows zoom and see that it is still too big. And so I suppose, I don't know, 0.125, is that an eighth? I don't remember. Well, that looks like it's rendering weirdly now, but oops. Just for fun, I'm gonna check how much an eighth is, and that is 0.125, yes, okay. Just making sure I remember my little funny numbers correctly. Well, kind of hard to verify if that's correct or not, but let's just leave it like that, I suppose. We rename those, and we go to the top row so that we get the correct type this time. And very importantly, render this one too. So this one, I guess we just put minus 90 degrees, and the position now has to be plus, and we also have to add the progress bar back to size.x to offset it by the size of the progress bar. And hopefully maybe we now get them in the opposite directions. And yeah. Although now we would want to move these a little bit further out, which we can do by instead shrinking the progress bar up a little bit by increasing this number. And let's see how that looks. Alright, well, they're still very tiny. So I wonder how it looks if we simply use the same color for the background, the little line in the background, as we have for the foreground progress. Or is that too orange then, possibly? Because then we don't need a gap, we can just connect them, I suppose. Let's see, what does that look like in the scene? Now I can't decide if I want it gray or if I want it orange. But I do think, well, first of all I will skip. Let's see, where did I put the position? Gap, that's funny. Right hand size times 125. We should abstract that anyway since we're using it twice. And here, so it's positive on one side and negative in the other. I will temporarily, I guess it's better practice to, oops, I accidentally opened the interactive thing. I better practice to do this than to multiply it by 0, because that's easier to miss. We will see what it looks like if we remove the gap. Okay, well, I kind of forgot. We actually do need to offset them by the size of the icon itself. I'm not actually sure what that would be. So we will just try some tiny numbers and see. Oops, wait, actually that needs to be, I need to put an F there. It will be an integer division, and integer division in that regard would be negative, I mean 0. Okay, so let's see. This is now a tiny gap, but also it's kind of hard to see the pixels because Windows puts a smoothing effect on this. So now there's a tiny gap. That might be okay. No, that looks weird. So we need, let's see, a little bit of a smaller offset. Now that looks like it's a cohesive little blob. I kind of like this side at least. So the only downside is when it's empty, it will of course be a little harder to see the tiny progress, but this is, it still moves, I think, maybe 5 or 10% every time you lose a game or win a game, so it's not like it's very accurate. Or, I mean, it is accurate, I mean, it's just like, we don't need to read it accurately to understand what's going on, because it's not something that changes very incrementally, but rather aggressively. See, now these look a bit, the indicators look a bit bright, I mean dull in comparison. Now again, I do like the little tab bit that's on this one, but it might be hard to fit it here, because this already with the little arrow is pretty close to the top of the game. So I guess now we could just try playing a ranked match and see if it does update. Because in theory now it does update every minute, and the reason I did not put it higher than that is because the API itself, which is the Tetris, I mean the Tetrio API, has a cache timer of 5 minutes, so if you try to update faster it will not do anything, so we will just be sort of bothering the server for no apparent reason if we do that. Although I suppose if we change it like once every second, then we would get the updated data up to a second faster. I mean, sorry, up to a minute faster. So maybe 1 minute is a bit too high. So I'm not trying to go fast now, I'm just sort of, I don't know, idling. But yeah, I think with the little arrow, with a little downward pointing arrow, it does look now. Sorry, it now looks more complete, and I think maybe I will just keep it like this for a while. And see, does it need to? I have to check the. Let's see the scaling, the winner projector, to see if I need to move it up or down a few pixels. Because the buttons are a little bit lower, it looks like, in comparison. So I guess I will just do a couple pixels just for fun. But this is on for like, surprisingly this is like, well, I don't need that anymore. But it's like 260 lines of code just for, well, I guess it's also technically part of like an API, so it didn't need to be that big. So where is the position? You can move it like 3 pixels up. Do you want to move it down? I don't remember. Yeah, I did. Okay. So 24. That's a good number. I will maybe move the arrows a bit up instead. I'm looking on the side of my monitor. My side monitor, rather. Okay, so that looks pretty close, so I will move this down 2 pixels. Now again, this is a very scuffed way to sort of align things visually. I should just add so I can drag and drop them in this interface here, but I haven't yet. So, well, I don't know, I don't like it. It seems weird no matter where I put it. Okay, well now it looks too low, so that's good, because I was wondering if it would feel too low at some point, or if it would just keep going lower. That's weird. Well, I'll just leave it there, that's close enough. Alright, well I will take a tiny little break to go pee, and then I will try it in the ranked game mode to see if it updates as expected, and we will have this for reference. So I will put you guys on the BRB screen, which is here.
That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. A Russian engineer developed the plans to create a flying train with the ability to hold up to 2,000 passengers at once. The benefit about this compared to a plane is that arrival times would be extremely precise. There would be no need to worry about air traffic or waiting in line with other planes to gain clearance to take off from a runway. This person helps totally random people from getting a parking ticket by pretending that the car is hers.
I'm right here. My car. Please, thank you. Hey, I'm right here. Please. Thank you. Appreciate you.
This person is walking on a slack line over some rough waters without any safety rope attached, and he almost falls off. This is a cuttlefish, and they have the ability to rapidly change skin color as a way to communicate and hide from predators.
Isn't that just the cutest thing?
This is called an assault breacher vehicle, and its purpose is to destroy roads and sweep for mines. By completely leveling the road, the rest of the convoy does not need to worry about landmines. The German military made their own version where they take giant metal chains and spin them really, really fast. There's something called a motorcycle chariot, which is basically a regular chariot, except the horse is replaced with a motorcycle. That's the end of this video. Hopefully you learned something new, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This guy got a gallon of milk and opened it a few days after it expired to see what would happen.
Alright, spoiled milk explosion in 3, 2. In 3, 2. In 3, 2.
This sea turtle can move its body really quickly. This dog wants this tree branch really, really badly. This cat will sometimes walk around the house with a slipper on. This girl was dancing in front of her cat, and the cat was kinda confused.
Oscar. Hi. Hello.
Here's some really bouncy sheep. Here's a graph showing the most popular American television shows from the past 10 years.
Sorry about that, it took a little longer because my Pepsi would not leave the bottle. Because even though my freezer is at like, my fridge is at like 4 degrees, it still for some reason was frozen. So I had to like shake it around a bunch to make it break apart. Okay, so I guess if we are also, why is this chat empty on screen? That's weird. Refresh? No? 1 second, I'm just gonna see if that works. Yeah, okay. So also running Visual Studio has a bit of a higher chance of like crashing my computer with. Okay, so I should change now the game back. Oops. And the title back to, I don't know, testing I guess that. Okay, let's see, music has to be unpaused or else it is increasingly awkward. So let's see, doing I can. So this is what we want it to look like in terms of progress. This should match this down here. Did I set the correct category? Yeah, and the YouTube one is I never changed in the first place. Okay. So then we go into the league here and we see if we fail or lose and see if the progress updates. So for reference, it's now under the middle of the word others in the text here. Under the T, I guess. So we can use that as a reference later when we change it. When it changes, rather. This guy has 3 minutes 40 line, so he may be slow, and he also is unrated, I guess. With 0 games won so far. So hopefully this is not hard. And we can see if the... Well, I already messed up myself, so... Shouldn't talk too much crud about him. Yeah, I am also not good. I can be this guy's first win if I'm not careful. We don't want that because that's awkward. Although it's good for him still, I guess. So. Right. Oopsie. Oops. So it's kind of weird as a streamer because now I have to like switch which day is like my week. Yeah, I can't speak. Which day is my weekend because you want to stream. You want to like stream on the normal weekend because people are, you know, not working and stuff, so they have more opportunities to watch you. So now I have to have my weekend like on I don't even remember when I moved it. Now it's like Tuesday and Wednesdays, I think, which is a bit strange. And also noticed this week I have some meeting, so I can't even take that day off. So apparently some people also do Thursdays, I mean instead of one of the others, but so I might do that. This may be better because it's closer to the normal weekend. And now I have school also to contend with, so... Okay, I guess we will see after the next match if the thing updated. Or did it already do? Oh, it already did update. Okay, that's cool. So it does seem to work. And as such, we have accomplished the goal for today, I suppose. Or the goal of a few minutes ago. Also, earlier today I changed my Windows clock to also show seconds. And now whenever I look at it I get confused for a second because I don't remember doing it. Or because it looks different, rather. Nope, I messed that up. But yeah, I am mostly happy with the interface now because it has, I mean, the overlay rather, because it now has all the features, I think, that I would want. Not sure what else I could add. Because the game itself doesn't even show you the progress bar, so it felt like that added something, at least even for like my own use to look at, to know where I'm actually at inside of the rank and not just the main rank itself. So I feel kind of like I'm failing as a streamer, but I don't know really what to do to fix it. Which makes me like unhappy, because I don't want to like give up on trying to stream, but so yeah, the overlay does seem to update very quickly. Much faster than like the rank on the top there, which is weird because it does say 5 minutes, but it seems to, unless maybe we just got lucky and it's happened to synchronize with the 5 minute. Or maybe this title is bad because if you type testing, then people might just assume you're testing and you don't want someone to watch, especially if you have one viewer. So I should change that, I suppose. I should just type like new Tetris overlay, but I've already had that as a title one time, that's why I did not pick it again. Oops. So I should probably like do some better analysis of what games are good to grow with and stuff. Even though I did get at some point some pretty good views from this category, since I have gotten at least 2 raids. I mean exactly 2 raids, but yeah, which was unexpected but helpful. Focusing a bit here because I'm close to failing. So after this match I should change my title so it does not imply I'm testing and not actually streaming like for real, because I didn't realize that's the implication. It might implicate. I mean, the association people might have on seeing that title. Even though in hindsight it's pretty clear. see. Unfortunate placement. Yielding no progress, but only pain. Ah, shit. So of course when I decide to do something after a game, then that particular game refuses to end. So I never get to do the thing. That went well. That round was pretty clean. See, I'm changing my title so it doesn't have the word testing in it, so some people actually show up. I think people were afraid of the title having the word test in it, because at least when I have one viewer, then it looks like I'm, you know, just setting up or something like that. But I did just program this little thing in the layout, so I am testing that to see how it updates with changes in my rank. And it seems to be working pretty well. And it was kind of interesting to try programming on stream, because it's a lot more distracting than programming by yourself. Since people would like expect you to make progress and stuff, so you can't just procrastinate or do other things in the background. Hello. Do you like the little rank progress thing that I added? I think it's weird that it's not in the game, because that seems pretty useful. Because now in game there's no indication of what the of how, like where in the rank you are. So I feel like there should be in game something like that, but there's only one on like the profile page, so I had to. And there also wasn't like a web thing web source I could use, so I had to program that in my interface natively. But it seems fine. Oops. Yep, that's bad. Oops. Going down. No. Wait, shit. Oops. I could have done that better. Shit. I did that incorrectly. That went that went well towards the end at least. That's some pretty bad dependencies, but it's just what I do, I guess. Oops. Oops, I did the opener wrong, so I have to cancel it. Oh, that's bad. Just wanted to try something with the opener and that did not yield a favorable position. So I will just clear it and try again. after each other. Shit. Oh, no, it's fine. Oops. Elegance? What is that achievement? I can't do that. I need to go to the Tetra channel and achievements and see here elegance. Oh, it's just an incremental one, so it's nothing fancy. Yep, that's not actually where I wanted to go. Yeah, and there I just saw the interface update and it jumped pretty nicely. The little progress bar on the bottom left. We can compare it to this one, and it does look like it aligns pretty well in terms of progress here. It's at like 40% and this one is too. So I'm pretty confident I've done it correctly. Still remains to be seen what happens when it like crosses the boundaries. Or actually, I just noticed it says it should be C+. So it actually is not correct. Wait, no, never mind. Between C and B- is C+, so the current rank is between two other ranks, because they are not zero width elements but ranges. That's my bad. Still, the ratio of like sort of games where I manage to keep my board clean and manageable seems to be increasing. So I think I am accumulating some skill, but it's still pretty early on, so I do need to just keep putting in more time. Since I do only have like 10 days or something of experience. and most people who are very good have a lot of years of experience, so it's kind of hard to rush that. That was pretty clean. Like all of the rounds in that match. Yeah, I do like being able to now look at my OBS to see the rank progress, since it is not displayed in game, so there is no easier way to see it. One second, I will blow my nose. Hello. Okay, so yeah, so now I can see in the progress bar here it's pretty close now to the next rank. Now the person who has not tried single player, kind of strange. Oops. Oops. That's awkward. Oops. Oh, well, that's completely fucked. Sorry. That's in the way now. Okay, I would like to reach B minus rank, so I should try not to lose anymore this round. Okay, we're tied now, so I could still do this. Shit. Oh. Okay, he takes the lead, so now it's more unlikely that I will succeed. Although comebacks are always possible, of course. This is not good. Shit. No, damn it. No, my rank. I will try to do the Tiki eye opener. I messed that up. I bungled that one. Oops. Still can't really consistently do the opener because I haven't practiced it enough. Well, that's not a great placement. Oops. So I guess I'm not ready for B rank yet, I suppose. Although I did get pretty close at one point. So 34, isn't that really low? Did I lose? Maybe I lost a lot of time in a row, so the game now thinks I'm terrible. Yes, maybe I am terrible. No, never mind. What did he just commit Sudoku? They're attacking faster, so maybe they are actually good. Broke it at EC, that's like toxic. You're not supposed to do that. Imagine being unfriendly in the funny block game. Nope, I didn't even do the opener correctly. That's embarrassing for him if he said GG EC at the start and then didn't have an EC time. Send up. Oh, new player. Well, someone who went 13 months ago, but somehow has only played 6 games. Or I guess some quick play as well. Well, the person is pretty strong. I managed to survive at least. What the fuck? Well, I messed that up very royally. Oh shit. I misjudged where those holes were in the stack and made some poorly informed decisions because of it. Oh, it worked out. Oh. Okay, that may be the closest I have been to the next rank. We will see in a minute when my overlay updates how close that puts me, but it should be pretty close to the B- rank, unless it already updated and I missed it. Okay, this person might be hard to defeat. I tapped it wrong. Shit. I don't remember if that is someone I know because they said hi, so maybe they are just friendly. Shit. Sorry. Well, they seem quite strong at least. try to stack too high there, I think. So how is the Tetris category doing? It's pretty empty. There's a bit better, higher quality VTuber there. So maybe I missed. That's good enough. But I should move to a larger category. Try some different games. I'm not like min-maxing my streaming career enough. And I shouldn't give up before I tried like everything at my disposal, I suppose. Oh, now I almost got dizzy, so I think I'm probably tired now. Ooh, weird. Although I am a couple of minutes away from my ending time, so that's, I suppose, expected. And that's the reason that I chose the ending time to be at that distance from the start, I guess, is one way to put it. Fucking shit, poop, darn. Sorry for making weird nose noises. I guess I got a little upset or something and forgot to not make angry nose noises. I don't know how to do the opener with that bag. So I will simply not. I mean, not that I have a choice, but... Well, the choice would be to try to figure it out in real time, but that would of course slow me down tremendously. And would be highly likely to not be worth the time and effort. That was pretty near optimal, at least for the rudimentary strategy of quad spamming. Sorry. Which is the most complex strategy I'm currently able to execute, because I'm lacking the skill for anything more sophisticated currently. So it doesn't look like any rank up today. But that is fine. But because I think I am the level, now that I have the very useful progress bar that I programmed, I can see I am hovering around a little bit past the middle, whereas I think yesterday I would have hovered very close to the start instead. Time to swap. Oh, somehow survived. Well, messed that up again. Still need to practice the opener. Nope, there was multiple mistakes, which is too hard to recover from. It's just unfortunate. I think. Maybe, possibly. Nah. Almost. Didn't pay attention to the pieces correctly here, so now I need to down stack to try to fix the stack, but that doesn't yield many good attacks, so that's not good. Okay, now the stack is back. Well, no stack is gone, but the problems are gone as well. See, oops, I am now over time. I should have ended, I suppose. In terms of my streaming schedule. So I suppose I will after this match. Oops. Yeah, that's... That's why I have to end, because my brain no longer works. And that's when you should take a break, I suppose. Yeah. No. Okay, well, that is it for today then. And I will end now. So thank you guys for showing up, and I will see you guys next time.